Hello everybody, welcome back. We are here on the update. We've got a lot that we're going to cover today. As you can see, I am already sitting here with the brand new carrier, the Shanhai. It looks a lot like the original Cyan here in the middle, but it is with additional armored flaps on each side and a little bit of design difference in terms of like the superstructure and stuff like that. Really cool. Um, I don't have all the things for it yet because I still need access to a micro jump drive and the exterminator lance, but I have to wait for somebody to actually sell one of those on the market. So, um, it's likely I will get my hands on the exterminator lance at some point, and I may or may not go for the uh, micro jump drive. I don't know. I don't really need it in high sec, but it could be useful. Alright, so let's start with the Shanhai. Let's go ahead and bring up the fitting page here. So we have the roll bonus of can be fitted with micro jump drive, capital micro jump drive. Minus 25% to the exterminator lance warm up and restart time. 100% exterminator lance damage. 100% exterminator lance optimal range. 50% extra Annihilator Lance warm up and restart time. That means that's a nerf, by the way. Hello, everybody, welcome in. We're just starting to get to cover the Shanhai. So, Light Fighter Siege modification available and applicable. Can fit command bursts. Command burst effective range 100%. Can fit carrier command enhanced module. I don't have one of those on me right now. Unless that's what they're considering, the decentralized or the centralized command burst, which I do have. Turret damage plus 100%, missile torpedo damage plus 100%, merit for repelling pirates plus 50%, minus 20% to the insurance cost. Alright, our first skill bonus is Advanced Light Fighter Operation 5, 12.5% light fighter damage per level. 5% light fighter flight velocity per level. Our second stat here is Advanced Carrier Command. You get 7.5% shield boost amount per level, 5% shield per level, 5% shield command burst strength per level, 5% skirmish command burst strength per level. That's a lot of stuff, and we're not done yet. We also get the rank bonus that all of the other Concord ships get. So you get an extra 2.5% missile turret damage per level, an extra 2.5% fighter damage per level, an extra 5% EHP, an extra 5% shield boost amount per level, and an extra 5% armor repair bonus. So it's very similar to the normal Cyan. Let me pull that up. I don't have one in my hangar. I have to go to the market. Capital ships, carriers. You'll find it right here under carriers, right next to the Cyan. This will be our second faction carrier that we have in the game. Alright, so you can see here a lot of this is the same aside from like the bonuses on the Exterminator Lance and the Capital Micro Jump Drive. You've got an extra 2.5% per level of light fighter damage. Same amount of flight velocity. You've got a better skill bonus on the shield booster amount. You've got a better skill bonus on the shield command burst stuff. And skirmish command burst. and the rank bonuses are the same. So it's a small upgrade, but this is my stats without anything active. If you're wondering why I don't have game audio on right now, it is because the music is absolutely blaring in the background. So, headphone users beware, I'm going to turn on my audio, uh, because it is just blasting in my ears. So, you can see here, there is a bug. I have all of my audio settings off, and the music is still going. There's nothing in here to turn off music. It just doesn't exist. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a bug with that. I'm going to turn the desktop audio back off. Okay. But these are the stats. We have some actually pretty good damage resistances here. I'm getting 16% on the damage control here. But we're already looking at a really decent amount of EHP. I wonder if I should pull up the cyan to show its basic. Let me go ahead and do that. Because this is most similar to the actual cyan. Okay, so you've got like a ridiculous increase in the shield hit points. This is I wonder if I should do it this way. Give me a minute. Okay, so this will be a better judgment here. So you've got like almost a 50% increase in hit points across the board. Under the events, he said. You've got almost like a 50% increase in hit points. Your resistances are the same as the cyan, as far as I can tell, which is actually really good. Your capacitor is slightly larger, but it has a better recharge rate by less than 1 gigajoule a second. It's gonna help a little bit with the Shanhai. The cyan has always had like capacitor issues, but I think with the better fit as well, um, it'll be fine. It's got a little bit larger signature radius, same scan resolution, a better sensor strength. That means it'll lock on to things a lot better and faster. I mean, a lot faster. 125 versus 102 is actually a huge difference. It has the same warp speed, a little bit heavier, and the same inertia modifier. Power grid output is way larger as well on this Shanhai. We're looking at like almost 20% extra power grid. So that's awesome. But with that being said, and my current fit, I did still have to fit an ancillary power grid router until I get a better engineering skill for carriers. Okay, so this is a pretty standard fit for a Cyan, especially in high sec. It's actually tankier than what you would have in a high sec. But it does have access to Light Fighter Siege Modification 4, which gives 20% extra damage, 37.5% extra armor, 25% extra shield, 50% extra structure, and minus 25% to the reload time. Yeah, you told me that the new anomaly, has issues with its loot crates. So I'm debating whether or not I want to go with my 2P integrated module to get those resistances up further, um, or if I want to go with another fighter burst aerator. So let's go ahead and undock real quick. There's probably like 3 or 4 Shanhais out here, I would have to bet. Hopefully we can find some high-end stuff to do. Alright, it looks like I'm the only Shanhai out here. Let's go ahead and get our fit turned on here, and we'll turn on our DPS modules. Mind you, this is without the extra burst rig. So we're already outputting 20,000 DPS on the fighters without the extra burst rig. Yep, we are fully fueled. We do have 5 million gigajoules of fuel. So it's the same as the Cyan. And that's really not bad for a very basic fit. Our defenses are incredible for just having the damage control and the 2 reds. This thing is a tank. You could probably get away with a passive fit on here. And I think I will go ahead and equip the resistances. As far as I can tell, you cannot fit it with light, with the lightweight fighters, or the lightweight ships. I don't have access to that modification. Um, but if it does get access to that, this thing is going to be a replacement for the Lucent Moon. I don't think right now, as it sits, that it completely replaces the Lucent Moon. My Lucent Moons don't have the shield modification here, the shield defense rig. But with that shield defense rig, this thing is going to be pretty equivalent to the Shanhai. Let me go ahead and undock this Lucent Moon, because they did say it was very similar. Let's go ahead and look at like the defenses and things like that, and the DPS on my Lucent. My Lucent has 3 burst aerator rigs, and we're not even like close in terms of DPS. And these are fighters as well. The problem with the Lucent Moon, it doesn't get that drone damage bonus compared to the Shanhai. It gets the 25% here from the Fighter Bay refactoring, but nothing else. Defenses are also pretty good on the Lucent, and they'll be a little bit better with the defense rig, but I think you would be better off on the Lucent with the lightweight fighters or the lightweight ships. Either way, this thing is turning out to be quite the powerhouse. Let me go ahead and activate the the shield command burst that I have. We'll have a look at our resistances now. So we're now at 74% on our EM and thermal, 80% and 84% with 810,000 shield hit points, which puts us at 4.4 million EHP. We also have the option to activate our decentralized command carrier enhanced burst. This will give us an extra 15% fighter damage. It'll also give us some fighter flight velocity, mothership flight velocity, and things like that, and mothership shield resistance. This is highly important, that shield resistance. So this will only be active for 30 seconds, and it has a downtime of 30 seconds. So let's go ahead and activate that. We'll have a look at our DPS and our fit. So our DPS is now up to 24,000 DPS. Oh, I think I've done something to make the Lucent Moon look a little too bad. Yeah, let me equip the aerospace. And we've come up a little bit on our DPS, but it's not going to make a whole difference. Okay, so defense. We're now at 5 million. And now we're back down to the 4.4 million. This thing is probably the tankiest carrier we've had so far. I think the Lucent Moon is really close in terms of tank. But this thing is just tankier and more DPS. The only downside to it is I don't believe that it gets access to lightweight ships. I believe it only has access to the light fighters. So I have the Assault Pulsar Heavies on here. But so far, I am really quite impressed with this thing. 22,000 DPS, pretty cold. Wow. Just amazing. And this thing doesn't even have a nanocore yet. It does in the market, I believe, or in the events, the region development, I believe it gets a nanocore. So yeah, I believe this will be where it's at. So there's your Shanhai Star Melody core. If you're lucky enough to get your hands on this, this will give you 19% light fighter damage and the Nanocore Star Melody activation. Both of those are really good. You have the options of shield, warp stab, and capacitor. You have the EM thermal, kinetic, or explosive. You have more warp stability, more shield, more capacitor. You have more thermal kinetic, EM, and explosive. You have more explosion velocity. We have shield booster, shield amount, and scan resolution. And then you have more DPS. Again, EM, thermal, kinetic, and light fighter explosive. So this is a DPS core by far. This is not a defensive core, it is a get you out of trouble and DPS core. Very good core. I like it. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get my hands on it, but I would really like to get my hands on it. If anybody is wondering, we do have the Starbreak core for the Lucent Moon available in this event. So if you're looking for a Lucent Moon nanocore and you missed the Starbreak nanocore, this will be your chance to get one. This is a highly potent nanocore. I love it. It's probably the best nanocore we've seen. And right now, as it sits, the newest nanocore, the star, whatever this one is called, the Star Melody core, is like second best, in my opinion. So we'll do our best to get our hands on that nanocore in the future, but it will have to wait for a week or two, I think. So let's go ahead and reactivate this. We'll have a look at our DPS again, 24,000 DPS. We have 5 million EHP. Let's go ahead and also activate our damage control. With our damage control, we're up to 10 million EHP. This is without the combat rig here. If I put my defensive rig there, we're going to be at like 92% across the board. It's really crazy. We're at 9 million without our decentralized command. It's actually a really good ship. As you can see, it is high sec capable currently. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day. Let me go ahead and go into the events and pause the music. The music is still going. Okay, so pausing the music in the event, and it's still going. So obviously the music is not based on that, unfortunately. All of my settings are off, but it's still here. What? Okay, finally! Oh my god. Okay, let's get this back up. Wow. Okay, good. Probably put that down at like 25% actually. Alright. Yep, so speaking of the event pass, um, it is the best way to get your hands on a Shanhai. if you are looking to get yourself one. It's going to cost you, it was like 1,000 some odd to complete the complete pass day one. It will give you 10 Shanhai draw supplies. And if you do it on the basic pass and you grind this, it's like 399 Aurum. It's actually a really good deal. You'll get enough to do 20 pulls, which guarantees you one rare reward as part of the region development. I think I want to do this one, right? Yeah. So let me go ahead and do these. This will be our last for the rare. We got a advanced tactical defense. That's a good amount of money. And we got a whole bunch of other stuff that wasn't useful to me. Make sure you go ahead and share your region development, and you will get 20 points, which gives you one draw. And you'll get another 20 points from your rewards. So speaking of rewards, I got very lucky today. When I was drawing on my boxes, look what I got. Yep, you can share your region development and you'll get one extra free draw. So, my reward for today, voila, a bunch of carrier blueprints. I can only choose one, but whatever it is I choose, I will probably sell on the market. So I'm really having a hard decision whether I go more DPS or if I go more tank. I'm really leaning toward the more tank, because I have EM and thermal on here, which would close that weakness here in the shield and give me way better resistances across the board. It means I can also pretty passively tank everything. And then in high sec, I don't need a ton of defense and I don't need a ton of DPS. But yes, if I get the nanocore, um, it means I will not need the DPS on this low slot, or this rig. So, I think I'll take that advice, Snoopy. I'll go for the defense, and even if we don't get the nanocore, we're still way better off now than we were with the Lucent Moon in my current fits. Okay, so with that, we have completely closed our weaknesses. I am using a 2P 80% integration efficiency with capital EM screen reinforcer and capital anti-thermal screen reinforcer. Let's go ahead and see how this actually affects our DPS, or our defense, I should say.
Undocking.
So let's go ahead and activate our normal stuff again. This already puts us at 80%, 80%, 78%, and 82%. With just these two 5th C types and the damage control sitting passive. That puts us at 4.8 million EHP. With a shield command burst, that puts us at 5.4 million EHP with 82%, 82%, 80%, and 84% resistance. With our decentralized command active for 30 seconds, we are at 85%, 85%, 83%, and 86%. And, what was that? 6.2 million HP. And with our damage control active, we're at 13 million HP with 93, 93, 92, and 93%. As soon as the thing ends, we will see our defense at lower down to 11.6 million with 92%, 92%, 91%, and 92%. I'm honestly thinking I don't even need the shield booster. I'm wondering if I should just go full passive. Let's check that out real quick.
Docking request accepted.
Oh god, every time I enter the... Every time I enter the hangar, it's gonna do this. Yep, I did buy boxes for the new ship. I bought 50 boxes, and then I bought the pass for the extra 10. One of the downsides to the boxes, let me see if I can find it here. The biggest downside to the boxes is you do not have access to the 50% coupon. So you're gonna pay full price. Another downside here, there is no box to give you the exterminator lance. So that's a problem. And just out of sheer curiosity, let me jump onto my bodyguard real quick. And I'm gonna remove the close-in weapons. Okay, that's really annoying. When I'm streaming, I don't want to get copyright strike. It doesn't even matter. Okay, so let me see if we can fit the close-in weapon on here. Something interesting to note about the Shanhai is it does not have a specialized high slot for the exterminator. Oh my god. So... Okay, so you cannot fit the Sea-Wiz on here. That is a good thing. That means it does not overstep its boundaries into the territory of, like, the dreadnoughts or the guards. The bodyguards. And let's throw on a reactive on here. Seaman Cyan. Yeah, so the Exterminator lance, you can just fit them in the high slot. I have no idea how much power grid that's going to take. Let me check. By the way, if anyone wants to sell me a Exterminator lance, I have a buy order up for 25 billion ISK. I need it in my hangar right now. So, this is me, by the way, if anyone wants to sell me one of these. Currently there's no sales. But, it uses 100,000 power grid. So, you would be able to fit at least 2 of these on here if it will allow you. Does it have a limitation? After the weapon is activated, it takes time to warm up. Once the warming up is completed, an energy beam will be fired from the ship toward a designated direction. During the duration of the beam, it deals damage to all pilot ships within the beam's converge area. Has no effect on capsuleers. It takes a huge amount of energy to fire, and only specially designed ships can be fitted with it. Okay, so it doesn't really specify. There is no slot for the Exterminator lance, it just goes into the high slots where the weapons go. So, theoretically, you might be able to fit like 3 of these on here. I don't know how you would manage it. It's a 3,000 meter radius on the beam. That's a pretty large radius. When you consider something like Thunderstrike, which is a 2,000 meter, or one of the old ones like the Iron Hammer, it's a 2,000 meter as well. So this is a lot larger beam. Activation cost is 30,000 gigajoules. It has a 600-second reactivation downtime, 40-kilometer optimal range, and it costs 4,500,000. Is that right? Yeah, 4,500,000 gigajoules just to activate it. So you would only be able to activate this once with your fuel. That's crazy. Alright, so with a full tank fit, let's go ahead and see what kind of resistance and EHP we're going to have. Because we still have our full DPS right now. Let's go ahead and activate our normal defensive and offensive things here. So, with 3 reds and a yellow, we have 6.7 million EHP, 87%, 87%, 86%, and 88% resistance accordingly. With our shield command burst, we're now at 7.7 million EHP. At this point, we're pretty much sitting in a position where we don't even need a shield booster for high sec. So I'm not even gonna worry about it. We've got 88%, 88%, 87%, and 89% resistance, 7.7 million EHP with the Shield Command Burst. Let's go ahead and... Which one lasts longer? Okay, they're both 30 seconds. So we're going to activate our Decentralized Command. That puts us at 8.8 million EHP with 90, 90, 89, and 91. That is a lot of damage resistance. And then let's go ahead and activate our damage control. We have 18 million EHP, 95, 95, 95, and 96% resistance. Without the decentralized command, but with the damage control active, we have 16 million EHP at 94, 94, 94, and 95% resistance. I think a passive tank is probably going to do this thing a world of good. That's actually pretty insane. And all the meanwhile, we still have our 22 to 24,000 DPS passive. I'm really thinking that's the fit that I should go for.
Docking request accepted.
Is the passive fit. It means I can run labs without having to worry about my tank. It means I can run the labs without having to worry about my tank, especially fighting the 5.5 millionist cyan that spawns in high sec. I should more than easily tank that cyan with no problem, especially because of the increase in shield resistance and damages. The fit is a lot easier to work with on the Shanhai compared to the cyan as well. It's very comparable to the Lucent Moon in terms of tank, but it doesn't have access to the lightweight fighters or the lightweight ships, I should say. And it has more DPS with fighters than the Lucent Moon will have. The Lucent Moon currently has the Yangzheng engine, or the Sun Chaser engine, if you want to call it that. I need to check to see if this thing even has access to that. If it does, this thing is going to be a direct competitor to the Lucent Moon. I don't think it's necessarily better than the Lucent Moon, but currently it's a very close competitor. This is like the DPS high sec cousin to the low sec and null sec Lucent. The Lucent does a lot better in low sec and null sec, whereas I can see this thing being an absolute monster for high sec. Even in low sec and null sec, this will do very well. And if you take this thing into low sec and null sec, I would drop the DPS modules, and I would add like a shield booster and 2 capacitor batteries, or two shield boosters and a capacitor battery. That way you have like an insane tank and healing all in one. Give you the best chance to actually survive. I would definitely say I recommend the integrated module on here with the EM and thermal resistance, because it makes a huge difference in your survivability, and you won't be able to be exploited for your damage resistances. So that being said, yeah, that being said, um, let's have a look at the insurance on this thing. Okay, it's the same as a assault carrier. Actually, it might be more than an assault carrier. It might be closer to like a super in terms of replacement IP. And that is with the ship's 20% reduction in replacement cost. You'll see here that it has a 50% discount here. Um, that that would make it 70% with these numbers when that bonus is actually applied. So I can actually replace this ship. I don't think. Let me see here. Yeah, I cannot currently replace the Lucent Moon on my alt, but the Lucent Moon is about 11,000 IP less in my current fit. It'll probably be closer to like 8,000 IP less when I get the shield mod. I will say I think I'm going to replace the Lucent Moon for my main character with the Shanhai, and I will probably keep the Lucent Moon on my alts. So I like the look of it. Something else I might theoretically consider is keeping this Lucent Moon and turning it into the lightweight fighter version of it, or making it an actual force auxiliary and having that drone shield boost amount to keep people alive. That might be the best way we do some of our dormant realms. I don't know. It's something to consider. Like if I can keep the Nestor alive with the repair drones, then we can run level 10 dormant realm 3s, and anyone can join and just kill the enemies that spawn. That sounds like a lot better idea to me. Alright, so the last thing I really want to check here on the Shanhai, I want to see if it has access to that Sun Chaser engine. Actually, let's set to foreign, which is currently 3 jumps. It doesn't tell me how far away that is. It just says, oh, it's scrolling through. Give me a minute. That is supposed to be 4.95 light years away. That is within Sun Chaser distance. And it does get the jump. So we do have access to Sun Chaser as well. That jump of 4.95 light years cost us about 300,000 gigajoules, almost 400,000 gigajoules of fuel. It also put a 4-minute jump drive cooldown status and a 49-minute jump fatigue status on us. My skills for the jump stuff are not very good. You'll see here I only have 4 on jump drive operations. So yeah, I would say the Shanhai is the DPS equivalent to the Lucent Moon. The Lucent Moon still has a lot of different fits that it can do that the Shanhai cannot, such as it can be a force auxiliary, it can be a fighter ship, or it can be a lightweight ship user. The Shanhai can only do fighters. I think that's really cool. Wow. God, I need to move all of this around, don't I? Can I stack fighters yet? No. Okay, so we're gonna throw our modules over here that we don't normally have to activate. Okay, so what do I want here? I think I would want that, and I would want that with the damage control over there. Yeah, I'm gonna see what we have available to us. We've got mining area safety concern. I'd really like a lab. See if we can roll a lab. Okay, a 4 millionth lab. I'll take it.
Autopilot
Since we're
destination reached.
already here, we're gonna go ahead and do a lab. That is the sun reflecting off of this thing. It is not actually gold. Although it does look really gold. I wonder if that's a bug. That's weird. Because it was definitely gray when we were in Gina.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, there we go. We were just like right on the sun, I guess. That might be a preview to what the gold core would look like on this thing. Alright, let's go ahead and
We're under attack.
get our stuff going
We're
here.
under attack.
We do also have the Capital Navy Feral torpedoes. So that's nice. I am also using the aerospace implant. You'll see aerospace level 30. Yeah, I should probably go full screen. Which one is it? Yeah, there we go.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Let me pull this up, and you can watch my
We're
shield
under
numbers.
attack.
You can see I'm healing okay here at the top of my shield. But there's no way they'd ever kill me. My resistances are just gonna be too much for them. So this is kind of how it looks like in space. I do really like this sort of spiky bit at the front. It has different engines to the Cyan as well. I need to turn off my auto orbit.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Let's go ahead and activate our
We're
extra
under
30
attack.
seconds of DPS. That puts us at 24,000 DPS.
We're being warp scrambled.
It seems like this thing has a working shield, unlike the Marshall as well. So the shield is actually proper on this thing.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I do think that maybe it would be a good idea to have a capacitor booster on here.
We're being warp scrambled.
Yeah, damage application seems to be really quite good. Even with the missiles, it seems to be doing alright.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack. We're being warp scrambled.
The one thing that I really don't like about the Shanhai is the lack of mid slots. I know it's got all the fighters, but 5 mid slots is a little rough. It makes you have to choose what you want in your mids, which is a good thing. There shouldn't be a ship in the game that doesn't care about its mid slots at all, and just throws on whatever it wants. I definitely think that this thing might be tipping the balance a little bit in terms of its comparison to the Lucent Moon. Um, but it is certainly very equivalent to like a bodyguard. It's equivalent to the Lucent Moon. It's pretty equivalent to an assault carrier. So it's not bad. I think it is a pretty worthy ship to have. The only thing I think I would really want is one extra mid slot for like a group shield booster or I don't know, just something in that mid slot. Maybe like a capacitor transmitter or something. Maybe the skirmish command burst I would like to have on here. There's a lot to it. Okay, so we managed to do that in about 8 minutes as a 4 millionist lab, and we weren't really trying to go full tryhard on it either. Let's see how well it does with getting to warp and everything. So
Autopilot
we are
initiated.
currently moving. It's going to take longer for us to align and warp out. It's, a, it's good looking. I'll give it that. It's very similar to the Cyan, because you can see the base Cyan hole right here in the middle. But it's got a lot of this extra stuff that you would see like on a Nyx, where it's got all these extra wing bits. It also has a vague design of like the Drake too. So kind of interesting. It's also interesting
Warp
that we
drive
actually
active.
saw this ship on a Chinese release information thing. So those people who predicted that that would come to the game, you are correct. I think the only reason I would want the capacitor battery on this build is to keep my resistances going, as well as to add some electronic warfare resistance to my ship. A cat battery would help with that. This thing has no bonuses to uh, electronic warfare resistance.
Warp drive active.
I hope we can find some of the new uh, events, the Wayseeker events. We might have to fly around high sec for a bit. Because I want to see how this thing does in one of those. Honestly, I'm not too miffed by the warp time and everything. It's not that bad on this. The Lucent takes forever to get to warp. But this thing, it's got the same warp that the
Warp drive active.
Cyan has. Honestly, with one extra mid slot, I'd really love to put on. I'd really love to put on uh an auto salvager. And based on its performance that we just saw in the 4 millionest lab, I think we can probably drop the stasis grappler get an extra capacitor um, capacitor recharge time to save us that little bit extra, and we put on the auto salvager there.
Warp drive active.
You can also see that I spent all of my ISK fitting this thing, and the 25 billion to try to get the exterminator as soon as I have access to one.
Destination docking request accepted.
I'm still pretty happy with that. Let me throw on a cat battery for some E-War resistance. And let me throw on a auto salvager. With that, I can probably move over to a CCC. Did I even buy one? So now with that, we're going to be a lot better on our capacitor recharge. If I disassemble that and throw the yellow back on there, let's see what we're at. Yeah, we are so fine. Does this provide E-War resistance at all? No. Good. Okay, let's go back to our cat battery, because I really need that E-War resistance. Yep, so there's our capacitor warfare resistance of 25% that we're getting from this C-type capital battery. And we're still going to have really good defenses. I like it.
Docking.
That is a pretty cool ship. Okay. Let's see if we can find one of those new anomalies. Let's go to Somaseki. Or if we can do, like, Garista's Inquisitor, that might be pretty cool as well. It's just the align time that it's waiting on. There is a Naga, Marzio, Tempest,
Warp drive
Caracals.
active.
Still not many people with a Shanhai. That is interesting to note. Yeah, let's get some revenge from the Iron Man. Okay, I moved you guys to the other side of the screen. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so we've got a small Waste Seeker relic. Let's go ahead and do that. This one should be just a bunch of frigates and stuff. So we're gonna try to see if it'll blast through that with no problem. I guess something else I would want on here would be like the mothership module. Don't
Warp
do it!
drive active.
I know you say it's not worth it. And I really don't mind. I just want to do something with this ship, especially if it's new. Honestly, the data cores are really good. That's fine. I'm not looking to loot the boxes. I just want to go kill Waste Seekers. They said the further you go into it, the better it
Warp
gets.
drive active.
So, we'll see what happens. If anyone wants to come in and loot the boxes, feel free.
We're under attack.
Yeah, it seems like the frigates don't have, the fighters don't have a
Enemy
problem
ships
chasing the
detected.
frigates.
We're under attack.
That's crazy. Let's see what kind of stuff we're getting
Enemy
from
ships
the loot.
detected. We're under attack.
So nothing so far. Some data cores. Nice. Okay, we're going to move on. There is another acceleration gate here. Yeah, it's interesting that we're not getting any loot from the enemies. This kind of anomaly would be really easy to do in like a cruiser or like a worm. I think they would both do
Warp
very
drive
well.
active.
See where it takes us this time.
We're under attack.
Interesting, this one actually has Sancha stuff rather than baristas or anything else. So without our modules, we're still tearing through them pretty good. Yeah, Nightcrow probably did really well here in a small.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
With our current fit, we are at 84% pretty much across the board. And 5.7 million EHP. It is very interesting that we're not getting any loot drops from the enemies. Maybe in the bigger ones, it'll be better.
Enemy ships detected.
More enemies here.
We're under attack.
This must be like the last room or something. No, there's another room in here, so we'll keep going. There's actually a cruiser here this time. Oh, they finally done like 1% of my shield. I don't know if we'll do any alpha today. But I think tomorrow we will do some alpha. I feel like I've just been yapping my brains out today.
Enemy ships detected.
Had a lot to say so far when we have to do a
We're
review
under attack.
and showcase. Yeah, remember, our prophecies don't have DPS bonuses. But we should absolutely try to do these for the loot that we get out of them. I think you said that some boxes are just completely locked. I believe those are going to be these data banks. Right? because they're probably gonna need like an analyzer or something. Yeah, so we've got no loot at all from the Waste Seekers themselves. Wait, actually we did get something. We got a Mark 5 tracking disruptor. Yeah, some boxes are gonna be empty anyway. That's just the natural way that EVE Online does things as well when it comes to relics. He'll have some boxes that are worth a god-awful amount of money, and then there's gonna be some boxes that have nothing, or maybe like a
Warp
1,000
drive
is worth
active.
in it. This ship, like, scratches my itch for a Nyx.
We're under attack.
It has that same look that the Nyx does, where it's really wide and flat and kind of cool looking, and it scratches that itch. I really like that design. Okay, is there another thing here?
Enemy ships detected.
Nope, there's not another room.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
Ooh, there's a battlecruiser in this
We're
one.
under attack.
Okay, they have now probably got 1 full percentage of my HP. There goes that battlecruiser. It is dead. Okay, we did get another guidance disruptor. There's really not much in terms of, like, waste seeker loot coming out of these guys. It seems to be more like normal ships loot. Maybe we'll get something
Enemy
only
ships
out of the
detected.
elite ones.
We're under attack.
The bounty ticks on these seem pretty good, I'll be honest. $432,000 for a frigate is not bad at all. Normally it's like 200,000. See, that one gave 216. Maybe it was a destroyer I killed for 400,000.
ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, and this is a small. They are absolutely adding a ton of E-War onto me, though. We even have the Nihilist effect on us, which is interesting. Let's go ahead and turn on our DPS module. This is the kind of content that high-set carriers should have access to regularly. Alright, so that was all the waves there. Let's go ahead and see what's in here. Just some laser physics, which I actually need on my Iron Man. I don't think the Iron Man could do rooms like 3 through 4. I think he could probably do room 1 and 2, but then he'd die. So that one had nothing in it. Let's find our next system. Let's go to Vista. Yeah, I'm hoping we get a chance to find a medium, a large, or an extra large, so we can show that off too. See just how crazy it is. But a small was fairly hard for smaller ships to do. I think cruiser is probably what you should be in.
Warp drive active.
Destroyer could probably make it work as well. Frigates might have a hard time. Just because of the amount of electronic warfare going on. So that was worth 20 million bounty. That is the same as a 5 millionist lab, or like right between a 5 million and a 4 millionist lab. Okay, let's go ahead to, Ken. I can't believe he got an integrated Hobgoblin blueprint. That's so good. You even got some skill chips in there too. Did you see that?
Warp drive active.
Yeah, it's very similar to like a 4 millionist lab. It's a little bit higher in terms of reward, and that's just a small version of this. I'm sure like the large and extra large are going to be easily comparable to some of our nullsec stuff. Let's go ahead and go to Sugawa, I think. Oh, give me a minute. Okay, where's that? Thank you for the tip. How far away is that? 9 jumps, 10 light years. Okay, let's get ourselves that way. Ah, 6.03. I don't really want to land. Oh, I can land in Uinama. Okay, we're gonna be there shortly. We're probably gonna do double jump, maybe? Yeah, what was that? Was it a medium? Oh, hey, there's a medium right here. Okay, I'm gonna run this medium that I've got here in Uinama, which is a 0.5 system. And that one's a medium as well. Cool.
Warp drive active.
Funny. Okay, let's go ahead and activate this gate. We'll see how our tank fares in a medium. It is a passive tank, so we should be fine in almost all of these. Maybe the large could be a problem. There you are.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, having that Sun Chaser engine active on this thing is so good. Yeah, if you want to grab the loot as I'm going through here, it looks like someone might have already run this. Okay, so I was wrong. That bounty take was the 4 million lab. This is the actual reward for the small. Yeah, there could definitely be someone in it, but we'll see what's going on. There's 3 people here. You, me, and Leia.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I think someone's been through here. Alright, let me go ahead and move over to the one that you were working on. Oh, minute and 54 seconds. Okay.
Autopilot engaged.
Actually, I wonder if maybe we scared them. Maybe we scared them off because we were in their system. We might be able to just finish it. Although it looks like it's been cleared.
Warp drive active.
There's an example of the sideways warping that this thing can do. Yeah, I think this thing's been completely cleared. There's 4 boxes in here. It looks like only 2 of them have been taken. If you want it. Getting scared in high sec, yeah. That's a whole new level of what in the world. It's funny how many people forget they're in high sec and get scared.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so they have definitely finished this, I think. I'm gonna go ahead and start
Autopilot
moving towards
engaged.
Sinchel. Ah, 6.04.
Warning. Capacitor running low.
Man, having this Sun Chaser engine is so good.
Warning. Capacitor running low.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so we're the only person in this system, which means we should have access to that medium without a problem.
Warp drive active.
Okay.
Warp drive active.
See if maybe somebody has run this already, who knows. Yeah, I think somebody ran this already.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, some of
Warp
these
drive active.
have already been looted, but not all of them. Interesting.
Autopilot
Okay,
disabled.
let's see what else we got.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I definitely will showcase that. Um, I was saying that Kumi ended up buying the pack. It's actually a really good price. $80 gets you a lot of good stuff on that. Yeah, so that's if you finish and loot all the boxes, it will disappear. It will stay active if you only loot some of the boxes.
Warp drive active.
So all these people that are running around only grabbing like 2 boxes at a time are causing some issues. Like, me not grabbing any of the boxes is kind of a problem, but you guys are more than willing to come behind me and gather that loot if you want it. Yeah, I won't be going to low sec with this thing or null sec. We're just going to be flying in high sec for now.
Warp drive active.
This is exactly why I don't enter low sec. Okay, we'll let the music play for a little. Zero point 0.5 is safe, so we can go to 0.5. So, the cost of this ship, if you're buying boxes, it's about $250.
Warp drive active.
You could probably get that down to like 200 if you do the free pass. Yeah, if you can find anything in high sec that we could run, could be interesting. Okay, let's see here. Still a bunch of regular Blood Raider stuff. Man, y'all people in Sanctum have some weird names. Girani Fa. What in the hell name is that for a system? Zuhin. Come on, man. Weird Blood Raider people.
Warp drive active.
Like, it's been a really long time since I've just traveled around in high sec. It's nice to do something different. Yeah, this ship scratches my I want a Nyx feeling. It's so good. How have I not found a single thing here in these systems? Are you people in Favas just running everything? In Genesis? Yeah, we could run a 5.5. Do you have it in high sec?
Warp drive active.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't notice it before, but when we warp, these two little fangs move. See if we can catch it. As we, slow down here. Oh, nope. Won't catch it there. Okay, there's another small waste seeker. We're going to start with the small waste seeker. See if anybody has run it. There is one other person here in system though. So watch the fangs as we warp. You see how they spread out to the edge? Okay, what size waste seeker is that? Okay, so we've got a small that we can do real quick. Medium, okay.
We're being warp scrambled.
I really want to do that. The small, and then I want to go to the medium. Are you able to warp in cloaked and see if it's been run already? How far away is that? 5 jumps? Okay. Thank you for helping me find some stuff. I really appreciate it. It helps with the content a lot.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
So with one damage mod active, we have 16,000 DPS. Okay, cool. That's good. I like the new music. It's good.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Have to wait for my siege mode to come off cooldown. That's something I didn't check, is I did not check to see if it can fit the siege reinforcement module. It's got the repair logistics one, and it can fit this one. So I wonder if it can get like the siege reinforcement.
Warp drive active.
We should check on that before we end stream.
We're under attack. Enemy ship ships detected.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a long
We're
stream. I don't
under
know if it'll be
attack.
12 hours because the update happened so late, but it'll be a pretty long one. I'm just saying I need to do that and actually check on that, because I'd like to have that in this video, if it does actually get it.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Nice, 4 keys? That's awesome. I haven't got a single key. Yeah, what do you want to do? You want to come through and loot everything? You will have the Lucent Moon Core. I know you can do it. I just don't know if your wallet can do it. But you can. I warp in literally right on where it drops you. So, yeah, go ahead and come in. Did you land on me? Oh, no, you are. Yep. You pretty much land right on me. 2 kilometers away. Okay, cool. So it just brings you to the next area no matter what gate you use, right? Is that what you're saying? It's always the same
Warp
areas, it's
drive
just
active.
whichever gate you choose. Nice. That's actually really good. I almost wish that it had
We're under attack.
um different rooms depending on where you go. That would have been pretty cool. But I I get that would be kind of complicated and harder to actually do. 77 damage.
Enemy ships detected.
Do you want
We're
to fleet
under
up,
attack.
Susie? Snoopy? Yeah, I'm actually running one right now, Jenner. This is a small that I'm running right now. You're okay. I am interested in the 5.5, but I've got a couple
Enemy
of
ships detected.
waste seeker things that I can do as
We're
well. So
under attack.
go ahead and just ignore your 5.5 million. Um, I'll try to get one reset by the end of this stream on one of my rolls. No, there are, like, no wrecks at all, Jenner. It's all loot boxes. This stuff... This stuff I got from loot boxes, and these 3 I got from ships that actually dropped something. So, unfortunately, Jenner, these are different from what we're used to, but I've only done smalls so far. We're gonna do a medium here in a minute. Yeah, you need to move your integrated salvager. Here's an idea of the
Enemy
ranges.
ships detected.
You've got 1 at 55, 49,
We're
24,
under attack.
18, and 12. So that's what your integrated is gonna have to run into. There's some good loot I've seen so far in the boxes. On Discord, I believe it was Snoopy that posted their loot. They got an integrated hobgoblin worth 500 million. It was a blueprint, integrated hobgoblin blueprint. Okay, next gate. Oh. Yeah,
Warp drive active.
this ship just feels good. I don't have a single problem with what's going on with this ship so far.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
I should really have my Iron Man out here leeching off of my carrier. But I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Make it too easy on the Iron Man if I can use my main account to supplement it.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Honestly, I mean, look, I've got 3 reds, and we're at 6.5 million EHP. I have 1 DPS module active, and I have the 2P integrated for resistance. I think it's worth probably at least like 100 million. If it had access to like a close-in weapon system or lightweight
Enemy
ships,
ships
it would
detected.
probably be worth the same as like 120 billion. I don't know, I kind of like the name on it. At least it's not like the Cyan Ocean or something like that. But as it sits right now, this ship and the Lucent Moon are pretty much tied together for best high-set carrier.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, this is the last room. So let me get my DPS modules running. So, just so you know, this is my 3 DPS modules running 22,000 DPS with 2 DPS activation time rigs here and the defense rig. 5.7 million. But this ship is very comparable to the Lucent Moon. It even has... Like, this ship even gets the Sun Chaser engine, Jinner. Okay.
Autopilot engaged.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over to Zuhen, and we're gonna try to run that medium that you found, if it's still able to be run. If someone else has run it, oh well.
Warp drive active.
Let me know what you get from the loot, Susie. I want to try to have like a example compendium of some of the loot that you've gotten. Even if it's only on Discord. That way it'll give our Discord people the best knowledge about what to expect from these.
Destination reached.
So right here at the bottom, it says Waste Seeker, Medium Waste Seeker Relic. That is your anomaly. I'd like to find a large and really see what we're going to get out of that.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so it seems the smalls, on average, are about 14 million for the bounty. Yep, so this has not been run yet.
We're being warp scrambled.
We're going to have cruisers in this one, and probably battle cruisers as well. Nice, 102 million from that. That's really good. For just a quick, small one.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
What is that? Oh, that's one of the new guard style ones, isn't it? Wow, 800 million for that blueprint. That's insane. Or is it the drone itself that's 800 million?
Enemy ships detected.
I think we're pretty close. We need to have an average of 3 viewers per stream. And we are currently at like 2.2. Well, thank you. I don't know if I'll ever set up a sub or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know how any of that works. I've never had to do so. Okay, there's a medium there. 7 jumps away, though. Okay. Well, that's awesome. Okay. So I guess we'll run that medium in Sosh next. I'll probably have to do a jump to get there. A Sun Chaser jump.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Oh, yes, that's what we're looking for. That's the one I want. Damn, I want to run this medium first, and then we'll run that large if it's still available. see how the ship performs. This will be such a good stream for showing off the ship's capabilities, at least. I I hope I can get my hands on the Exterminator Lance. Yeah, Snoopy's reward for finding me things is gonna be that Snoopy can get the boxes that I'm leaving behind. I think that's a pretty fair reward.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I don't even need the Nosferatu, I don't think. So far, I haven't felt the need for a Nosferatu. I can already tell you that this ship is performing significantly better than the Cyan. Um, but it does perform very similarly to a Lucent Moon with lightweight ships. It's got more DPS and I think similar application.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I think the only time I might need that Nosferatu is in like a Cyan spawn. But it might be better if I replace that Nosferatu with a skirmish command burst. We really need to see how this thing performs in a large, and I don't even know if an extra large exists. I don't know if anybody has seen an
Warp
extra
drive
large,
active.
if that is a thing that can happen, or if it's just small, medium, and large.
We're under attack.
Yeah. Remember, I have Sun Chaser, so I can go out to 6 light years. Yeah, so.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Hey, I think they finally did like 2% of my shield. Maybe. Oh. You accidentally ran in here. Are you gonna live? I wish we had more things like this all the time. This is the kind of content that capitals and high sec need. So the gates actually do go to different
Enemy
rooms in
ships
mediums.
detected.
Weird.
We're under attack.
So that's... You can have multiple people running the same anomaly then, if they go different gates. Do you need me to ping my location? Uh-oh. Yeah, you've got a good fit. Okay, if that's the end of that room, I want to loot this one box that's 1 kilometer away. 9 stab is really nice to have. That really did save you. No items in that one. Okay, we're jumping through the one that's 21 kilometers.
Warp drive active.
I feel like this ship is probably the most comfortable capital ship I've flown in a long time.
We're under attack.
Even the bodyguard is a little hard to use in PvE when we were doing the Wayseeker combat test. But this thing just feels good. It's way more tanky than it needs to be in high sec. And even running some of these extremely difficult PvE event things, anomalies, it's not necessarily a problem. Here's an interesting thing to note. My drones
Enemy
could
ships
almost
detected.
not keep up with that guy.
We're under attack.
That's interesting. Look how fast they're going. That's pretty good. They are actually moving pretty quick compared to old Waste Seekers. What'd you get? Oh no! 350 million right there.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
So I'm noticing here that there are 3 disruptions here. And not scrams. Oh no, it is scrambled. Okay. So you're definitely going to want to have really good tank or a fleet of people who can deal with this. Yeah, they're just not doing anything to my health. Wow. 30... Jesus Christ. Okay. So we just got a 38 million bounty tick there. From something, I don't really know what. Which one it was. Mediums seem to be pretty good. Okay, we're gonna jump through the 33-kilometer one next. Yeah, Snoopy, you're gonna end up with like 5 or 10 billion by the end of this.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
No, you're fine. I'm just thanking you for finding me some content. I really appreciate that. I thought about jokingly saying, can I like scratch 10% off of you? But no, it's fine. If there is anything that you think I might need, um, then you can always offer whatever. But really, I can solo Dormant Realms with my characters, and that's a pretty good amount of ISK for me anyway. I'm pretty happy with that. So the least I can do is thank you for doing the work for finding this stuff.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Man, I really hope I can get my hands on one of those exterminator lances. I want to try it at least once.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I really like doing these anomalies. These are kind of fun. I like the wave after wave, and then you go into another room and get a whole bunch of waves again. That's really fun for me. Okay. Why was the other medium still there? Okay, I'm gonna jump through the 12-kilometer one. I'm guessing there were still enemies. Because I went pretty far into it. I didn't go all the way through, but, um, we are gonna go to Sheru, which is 8 jumps away from me. I'll probably use Sun Chaser to get there. It's 2.5 light years away,
Warp
so
drive
I'd
active.
rather do 1 jump to move 8 jumps instead. Okay, this should be the last room. No, there's one more.
We're under attack.
Damn, I like this a lot. This is a lot of fun. Why aren't why aren't there more things in high sec like this? This is really cool. I like it. Yes, I'll be soloing that, but anyone who wants to follow behind me and gather some loot, feel free. I know Snoopy is doing
Enemy
that
ships
right now.
detected.
Yeah, the bounty
We're
alone is really
under
good. I want to
attack.
see what the maximum bounty is in a large before we do, like, fleet up things. And I also want to see if this ship can handle a large alone. It should be able to. I mean, the medium hasn't been a problem at all. Like, they've barely scratched, like, 2% of my shield with my fit. My capacitor isn't even a problem either. Wave
Enemy
3.
ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I feel like I need to put the skirmish command burst on here. I don't know, it's not really that good for my fighters. It... I don't know, I want something for the fighters. Oh shoot.
Enemy ships
Did
detected.
not mean to do that.
We're under attack.
I need like an extra mid slot for the fighters. Something to buff them. I just don't know what to put on. Because the skirmish command post really doesn't help all that much with my fighters. But I do feel like I'd want them to be a little bit faster. My low slots are fine. I'm very happy with my low slots. Right now I have drone damage transfer, that doesn't matter to me. Omnidirectional tracking for drones, and the fighter fire control array. That gives the damage boost and the module activation. Oh god. Doing weird stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and get through the next warp gate. This will be the last room, I believe, of the medium. Yeah, so maybe like a fighter speed general unit? Is that a thing?
Warp drive active.
Nope, we've got another room after this. There are no enemies here, though. This is a nihilist mining room, I believe. Let's see. No, it's just all Feldspar. Was that actually the last room?
Warp drive active.
It's possible that was the last room. I'm not really seeing a whole lot left. Yeah, there's definitely some options we have. Just making sure we cleared the whole thing before I leave. There's not even boxes in here. That means we've been here, I think.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I'm gonna call that a win. So I think we're just cycling through now. Okay, so where do we need to go? Sharu. Alright, I'm heading to Sharu to get that large.
Capacitor running low.
If it's still there. Alright, this will be the first large that we start. Someone died, oh no. Who died? What did they drop? What were they flying?
Warp drive active.
We're the only one in system, so it's likely that this thing hasn't been messed up. Yep, it's a fresh anomaly, so we've got large to do. Nice.
We're under attack.
Yeah, likely like a caracal, maybe. Wow, we're getting some really good damage on those battleships.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I wonder if he made the same mistake of trying to follow us in and went through the wrong door. Wow, we just annihilate those battleships. Jeez. I did not think we'd be annihilating those battleships so easily. It takes us longer to kill a battlecruiser than a freaking battleship.
Enemy ships detected.
Wave 3?
We're under attack.
30,000 damage! God dang! Man, if the sun wasn't down there. Oh god, that bounty tick. Okay, let's go ahead and move to the next room. I'm going through the 30-kilometer room. I think it's my, Okay, so that bounty tick was 30 million. That was from the medium that we were doing earlier. Ah, you finally made it. Too bad you
Warp
can't
drive
jump
active.
6 light years like I can. Alright. Like I said, we're going through the room that is 30 kilometers.
We're under attack.
10,000 from our missiles. So I think it's a good idea to have these feral missiles on here. My fighters are almost having trouble keeping up with this cruiser. Not too bad, though.
Enemy
Wave
ships
2.
detected. We're under attack.
$3.4 million ISK just for killing that battleship.
We're being warp scrambled.
I'll see if I can collect that box right next to me.
Enemy ships detected.
This is the last wave for this room.
We're under attack.
Honestly, maybe it's because I'm in the new ship and it's kind of built really well for this. I don't find it very hard. Yeah, this is a full passive. I have no extra healing going on here. Here's our resistances in our EHP. Yeah, so far I haven't had an issue with, like, capacitor or passive healing in these, which is good. I know I'm a capital ship doing this, and maybe a battleship would have a lot more trouble. See if I can loot this one that's really close to me. I just want the loot from this one box. Okay, there's nothing in it. Okay, let's go into the 19, which will be the top one for me. Yeah, I'm really quite pleased with it.
Warp drive active.
I
We're
haven't even
under
had to
attack.
use my shield command burst, which is a little crazy that we have such good tank. This thing feels like a super carrier in terms of tank. If we get like a high-tech cyan spawn, that'll be a really good test of it. Yeah, the look is pretty cool too.
Enemy
It
ship
looks a lot like a
detected.
Nyx that got slimmed down,
We're
but it
under
also has
attack.
that militaristic Caldari look that Concord tends to have. I just like it. It's very nice. Another thing that I really like is they didn't screw us on the missile placement. Um, can't really see it on this ship very well, but there's one right here, which is a good spot for it. There's another one right here. I think there's like one here and one here. And then there's like two more somewhere else. And I can just barely see anything because of the sun. But the missile placement is perfect. It is one of the major gripes that I usually have with ship design in this game, is sometimes they place weapons in stupid locations where they should never be. But this looks right. Yeah, so we've got a missile placement here and a missile placement here.
Enemy
So,
ships detected.
realistically, good spots to have it. And then we've got the missile placement
We're
underneath.
under attack.
Yeah, so far the best loot has been the medium. However, this one should go a lot further in. And it's just a chance, so who knows what we'll actually get from this. This could be like a really bad large. I want to see what I get from this. Ah, this is one of those boxes that we can't open. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go to the one that's 17 kilometers away. That warp gate. I think that box is bugged. Or it needs, like a relic scanner or something, maybe.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Hmm. Yeah, so I have tomorrow off as well. So I can go for a pretty long time doing this. So long as we have content that I can run. Speaking of which, let me get this going.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, I'm just so used to flying
We're
in
under
perimeter and
attack.
foreign. I really just don't go anywhere else. The only reason I don't live anywhere else either is because I rely so heavily on Cheetah. If Amar was actually a good trade center, um, I'd probably live closer to Amar. Uh, did you warp in? If anybody would like to see some of the loot that
Enemy
Snoopy has
ships
been
detected.
picking up along the way, you can join our Discord where Snoopy is
We're
currently
under
uploading
attack.
some of the loot, almost all of the loot actually, in images as we clear these out. I think it'll give a good and reasonable idea of what to expect from these rewards. I didn't check what wave we're on. Are we on wave 4? I think we're on wave 4. Yes, we are. Okay, I'm gonna go to that last gate here. I believe that was an 80 million-esque bounty tick.
Warp drive active.
71 million. 140 million, just like that. Well, not really. We've got like 120 million. Alright, that is the first bounty tick that I have ever had that I have maxed out the combination.
We're under attack.
That is the first time I've ever done that. Well, looks like we're doing a medium in Apanake then. Have you checked to see if it's been cleared or not? He got lost. No. Do you need a location ping?
Located here.
That'll probably drag you into the Waste Seeker, but it won't drag you to me.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I think it'll just put you at the beginning of the Waste Seeker. Nice. So we'll head over to that medium next. Yeah, the more I fly this ship, the more I like it. It just feels good. I mean, it would be damn near impossible for me to fit 3 of these, so
Enemy
I'll
ships
just have
detected.
one, and then my other 2 characters will
We're
be
under
Lucent
attack.
Moons. This is wave 2, I believe. Might be wave 3. Oh, we're at the end of the anomaly here. I don't know, I like it. I really do like it. It's pretty much exactly what I would want for a high-sec ship. It has access to Sun Chaser engine. It has really good DPS. It has a really good tank.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
And we're not even really trying that hard to have a good tank. We have one 2P80 rig with anti-thermal and anti-EM to close the gap. And we have the Imperial Navy damage control with 3 reds. For high sec, that is plenty enough. I still need to test it against a high sec cyan spawn to see how it reacts. Funny enough, we're probably like 3% into our shield now. Maybe 4% into our shield. Let me see here. It's 5% into our shield. If we're at 710,000.
Enemy ships detected.
This should be
We're
the
under
last wave.
attack.
Oh, is that our next system? Or what's in Sega? Oh, okay. That's a 5.5 million. Do we want to do the 5.5 million first, and then we go to that medium in Amanake, or whatever it is? I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, we should do a few 5.5s so we can at least get the cyan spawn. Oh man, I hope you get your Lucent Moon core, Jinner. I really do. Yeah, I think we'll go to Sega. And we'll run your... Oh, you have a 5.5 in Sega as well? Let me... invite you, if you don't mind.
Autopilot engaged.
Yeah, there's like no loot from these guys from killing them. Okay.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Watch him get there before I do.
Destination reached.
Okay, I am in Sika and awaiting the fleet warp to your anomaly. Or if you can share the location of your... If you share the location of your anomaly from the Encounters tab, I can access it that way.
Autopilot engaged. Destination reached. Warp drive active.
Okay.
We're being warp scrambled.
Also, if we happen to see, like, a Tech 10
Enemy ships
Inquisitor
detected.
anomaly, um, we might want to run that as well.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Just to try it. Uh, that's you in the cyan. Hi, where are you? Oh, I can't see you, but you're right there.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, that's really good. This thing without a nanocore is at, and I don't have max skills, by the way. I'm at 22,657 with 6.5 million EHP. Passive, pretty much.
Enemy ships detected.
The warp gates and mediums will take you to different rooms, apparently. But it really doesn't matter which one you choose. You'll get to the end either way. But you do need to go all the way through them. And try to collect all the loot as you go.
Enemy ships detected.
I don't think we saw a cyan spawn yet. Are we killing things too quick for you, Snoopy? Or just no cyan spawn is why you're sad. Yeah, there's no cyan spawn. Are we on wave 5? Yeah. Okay. Uh,
Fleet warp.
That's only at 4 million. And there he goes. I'm guessing you have micro warp drive equipped, right? Oh, he's not here. That's right.
Warp drive active.
Yes, he does have MWD.
Enemy ships detected. Enemy ships detected.
Why do you have the shield command burst active? You do not need it. Maybe the cyan does. The new carrier is pretty good. How you doing, Forgotten? Good to see you. I like it so far. It is a powerhouse if you're in high sec, and it's even better if you have it in low sec or null sec.
Enemy ships detected.
I am certainly enjoying it, I'll tell you that. It even has access to the Sun Chaser engine. So what are you running right now, Forgotten? Are you already in a Lucent Moon? Or are you sitting in a Cyan right now? Or something that maybe you don't have a capital. Um because that'll
Enemy
depend on whether
ships
it's worth it.
detected.
Right, Hubris? Okay. I think if you're looking for a carrier, this carrier is a little bit better than the Lucent Moon in many cases. Um, and it's very comparable to the top tier of capital ships that we have right now. And give me a minute, and I will show you my stats here. So this is my fit, which is running 3 reds, a Imperial Navy Capital Damage Control, 3 C-type fighters. We're sitting on about 22,000 DPS and 6.5 million EHP. But if I activate, we already have a shield command burst on. But if I activate my decentralized command, we're sitting on about 7 million with 24,000 DPS. And then I also have the damage control to actually activate, which puts us about 15 million with 94 across the board and about 24,000 DPS. We are completely passive tank right now. And you could run a lot more tank.
Autopilot engaged.
Yeah, I've been enjoying multi-boxing a lot. Right now I'm just showing my, the brand new ship. But in the background I have both of my other Lucent Moons sitting in Gina, in
Warp drive
case we
active.
need some kind of help. I don't think we will need help. So I really should probably just close them down. Let me see if... Yeah, that's good.
Destination reached.
Okay, we've got the medium that we're going towards right now. We're kind of running the new anomalies. They've been really good so far. I mean, you really can't go wrong with this ship. It's the best of everything right now. The only thing it doesn't do that I'm pretty sure it doesn't do is it does not get access to the lightweight ships. So if that's a deal breaker for you, that's fine.
Warp drive active.
So the new anomalies are the medium waste seeker relics. They are a sort of hybrid between the boxes we would get from labs and stuff with really good loot, and combat.
We're being warp scrambled.
The mediums, on average,
We're
are
being
giving
warp
us,
scrambled.
where is it? About 30 million to 38 million in bounties. The larges are giving us about, 70 million in bounties. And then the loot is somewhere between 100 million to, like, a few billion-ish from any one of these. But it's just a
Enemy
chance
ships detected.
that you get that kind of loot.
We're under attack. We're being warp
They
scrambled.
are a multi-room anomaly that gets harder as you go.
Enemy ships detected.
This is the last wave of the first room. Yeah, well, there's no better high-set capital than a Cyan, a Lucent, or the Shanhai. Keep in mind, it's gonna be about $250 to get your hands on a Shanhai. That's about 7,000 Aurum. Okay, go to the other room. I'm going to the top room, you go to the other one.
Warp drive active.
So we're doing a little test here to see if he gets dropped in a different room.
We're under attack.
And he did. Yeah, definitely need to weigh the pros and cons. Something that I can't show off right now is I have no way to show off the capital micro jump drive that is available to the Shanhai, as well as the exterminator lance that is used for NPCs.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
This thing has a lot of benefits. Um, it's definitely the best high-sec capital we've seen so far. I think it's a little bit better than the Lucent Moon when you fit the Lucent Moon for a lightweight ship and a pretty decent DPS build. Yeah, it does use the high slot, but that's not that bad of a trade-off. I just don't see anybody using it in high sec that often, other than maybe to meme kill a Cyan spawn.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I have no boxes in my room. Interesting. Oh, interesting. It actually brought him over here this time. Huh. Get this warp into the next room. Yeah, these new anomalies are, kind of crazy. This thing's tank goes so hard. It's so good. Like, my skills are
Warp
not
drive
good
active.
in terms of, like, fighters and stuff. I'm missing a lot of skills for fighters. I'm missing a lot of skills for capital ships in general.
Enemy ships detected.
But the passive fit is working really well. So, he just got... Wow, that's a good drop. Dang.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, that is some of the loot that you can end up getting from these new anomalies. They're in high sec, low sec, and null sec. Mediums have had the best loot so far. The large did not have as good of loot, but maybe it was just a really bad. Maybe it was just a really bad large. Yeah, I think that is
Warp
actually.
drive active.
That gives drone flight speed, which is really nice. I don't know if that works on fighters though.
We're
It
under
probably
attack.
does. Yeah, so I've got 5 boxes in my room. I don't know what, uh, I don't know what ASIM has.
Enemy ships detected.
Snoopy, go to, ASIM. He's got no enemies, so you've got free loot over there. He went, bottom. He went to the bottom.
Enemy ships detected. We're We're under attack.
Yeah, it's a little hard to navigate with quite a few rooms. Yeah, the boxes are very spread apart.
Enemy ships detected.
Okay, so Azim's got 2 gates in his room with no enemies and 4 boxes, he said? 5 boxes? It might be a circle, or some kind of, like, looping system. If I was an absolute nerd, I would be graphing out these anomalies as we go. Dang, we almost need one more person following behind me and Azim, um, to grab loot. Not much, we just cleared another room. Um, there's just a whole lot of, like, craziness going on with these. There's, like, boxes in multiple different rooms, there's enemies in different rooms. Some rooms have only 1 gate, others have 2. So we're just trying to figure out how this all connects.
Warp drive active.
So I believe this is the room that Azim was in. So that's about 70 million split between me and Azim so far.
Warp drive active.
think he may have just activated this one. They're really not dropping anything useful from the Race Seekers themselves.
Warp drive active.
I don't know if it can do solo Dormant Realm, especially since it's using fighters, and fighters tend to die. So, as long as you're fine with losing fighters, um, it should be able to run Dormant Realms.
Autopilot engaged.
Let's see.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I'd rather not lose things too. Yeah, how'd you feel about that, Aizen? That's a little bit intense, isn't it? In terms of, like, things going
Warp
on,
drive active.
boxes, different rooms. Actually, we need 4 ships. We need 2 for sweeping and 2 for looting, 1 for each ship. That's, sweeping. Because, Snoopy was having a hard time navigating to each of us.
Destination reached.
Yeah, micro warp drive is really nice for moving around here. I'm not in a massive hurry. Ooh. Oh, nice. Do I even have that? I don't.
Warp
Seriously,
drive
that's
active.
12 billion. That that was gotten from
We're being warp scrambled.
one of these. Snoopy's gonna be a rich man. I'm telling you, the mediums have had the best loot so far. I I wouldn't say they're necessarily hard. I think a rattlesnake that's tanked should be fine. Um, for doing like smalls and mediums, but larges could be a problem for a battleship. I think larges you would need a
Enemy
capital
ships detected.
or like a couple of battleships.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
God dang.
We're under attack.
That's crazy. I have no idea. Is there any on the market right now? Yeah, so far none on the market and no buy orders. Yeah, the new carrier is going to probably start above 120 billion because that's the listed market price currently. Um, and people usually mark it up to like 150 or 180. Eh, Here I am waiting instead of actually turning off my stuff. Yeah, if anyone feels like they want to try to join in and clear out rats with us, we're going to be doing this for at least another 4 hours, I think, so long as I have somebody able to find content for us. Honestly, 150 might be a little too low right now, because there's none. You could probably get a very high price for it with nothing on the market. There's somebody waiting on it. This ship just feels good. What is it doing? I just need it to warp. There are some bugs with the new anomalies, but it's not too bad.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Yeah, I'm thinking I swap out the Nosferatu for a skirmish command burst. And maybe we get that GU and the expert skill put into us. Oh, this is so awesome. I love this.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
It looks better from this side. I don't really feel like it needs a target painter. Other than for the missiles, but the missiles are not necessarily there for the smaller ships. It's there for the battleships, battle cruisers, and Cyan when we see a Cyan.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Man, I can't tell you how happy I am to have a ship that has a passive fit. It feels so good that I don't have to actually have a Nosferatu. Uh-oh. Give me a moment if anybody is here. Probably lost power. Is everybody still here? I've got a storm going on, so it knocked out my second screen. figure out which one that is. I don't know. I think it's the bigger plug. Yeah. Yeah, give me just a minute. We'll be up and running again here in a moment. It's a good thing we, Oh, God. Okay, there we go. Back up and running. You know, I think I could very easily take these mediums and smalls and larges with just one red and like 55% resistance. This carrier just feels so good. Give me a minute, Snoopy. I'm still trying to get my stuff sorted. I'm too busy talking, not busy enough paying attention to what I'm doing. There we go. Yeah, and here we are. We were all worried about how hard this was going to be. And the Cyan did just fine for Azim. The Lucent Moon would be just fine.
Warp
So
drive active.
so will the Shanhai? Shanhai. Shanhai? I don't know.
We're under attack.
Is that the high slot thing? I don't even know if this thing can use the, like, burst projectors. That would be something if it could. I doubt it can, though.
Enemy ships detected.
This is
We're
second
under
wave, if I
attack.
remember. Poor Jenner, forgetting to do things that he's normally done. He's paying as little attention as I am.
Enemy ships detected.
Okay. If you want to bring your fiend, that's fine.
We're under attack.
Yeah, feel free. You can't loot while you fight, unfortunately. They're locked until you kill everything. You're trying to fly around in a lucent moon, grabbing everything? Oh god. That is painful. Okay, I'm gonna go through the top gate. What am I locked into? Okay. Wow, you're actually having some trouble, huh, Azim? Is it your tank that's not holding up? Or is it your capacitor that's actually killing you?
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Oh, it's just for looting? Okay. Speaking of which, I need to save that other system. That elite is a little bit tankier than normal.
Enemy ships detected.
Not
We're
much, though.
under attack. Enemy ships detected.
This is wave 3.
We're under attack.
Nice. I have gone and purchased the full pass to get the 10 crates. and then I've just been leveling from there. Okay.
Enemy ships detected.
So it costs about
We're
1,300
under
Aurum to get 30 levels of the pass. And from there you can continue to level. Yes, every week you have a mission cap, but it's only based on where you start. So I started at level 30 because I bought the whole pass, and then we have 15 more levels every week that we can do. Yeah, it's really nice not having to worry about tank when I'm flying this thing. It feels really good. Normally in the Cyan, I have a shield booster just in case, but so far not a problem. Let's see, we should have like one more room here, right? Seems to be moving us back to the beginning, I think.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, okay, I think this one is complete. I'm gonna move over to Avia,
Autopilot engaged.
where there was a medium there. I don't know if it's still there.
Warp drive active. Destination reached.
Let's see, yep, the medium is still here. Let's see if it has been run. Larges seem to be pretty hard to come by. We've had a few smalls, we've had a lot of mediums, and one large.
Warp drive active.
If there's no enemies at the beginning here, it would be empty and run already, but there are enemies, so let's get to it.
We're being warp scrambled.
Yeah, I love how we were all sitting there yesterday going, oh my god, I hope it's not hard. I hope my Cyan can run it. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Enemy ships detected.
That's hilarious.
We're under attack.
That is just way too hilarious. I did the large and I had no problems. I actually think I cleared out the large faster than I clear out a medium because the battleships in there are really easy to hit. And they don't really do any more damage.
Enemy ships detected.
Last wave.
We're under attack.
We have not yet seen anything that would suggest an extra large. I mean, we've had Snoopy running around looking for anomalies that we can run, and we just have not found anything. I still want to run an Inquisitor in this. If we find an Inquisitor, we should do it. That might be a little bit more challenging than what we've got here. Oh. I'm looking for, like, the really hard one.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
We've had some really good bounty ticks, though. I will say that. Nice, a sheriff shield generator.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
That is actually really cool. What is that? I can't read German. I'm sorry. That's gonna be an aerospace thing of some kind. Oh! Okay. That's the one you shared earlier, right?
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Okay, cool. That's such a good drop. What's your total loot so far, Snoopy? Do you have a general idea of how much is? Oh, you got another one, huh? Yeah, these bounty ticks that you're seeing here, normally you'll only get these kind of bounty ticks from the 5 millionest lab and the 5.5 millionest lab, but being able to run these... Oh, wow. That's a good one. Being able to run these new anomalies, we're making some good ISK on them. What is that thing? Huh. So around 2.3 to 2.7 billion. That's insane. I mean, we've been going for about 4.5 hours, and this is probably the
Warp
most you'll
drive
ever
active.
get out of HiSec. We've only been doing these new anomalies for probably like 3 hours.
We're under
We spent
attack.
a lot of time going through the fit and stuff on the Shanhai. It's gonna take me a while to remember that name. Like, if there's only one reason why you would have this ship compared to like the Cyan or like the Lucent, this ship is the Cyan improved, but it also gets all of the features except for lightweight ships from the Lance of Dreadnoughts and the Lucent Moon, which it gets the Disruptive
Enemy
Lance,
ships detected.
or the new Lance, I can't remember what it's called,
We're under attack.
and it also gets the Sun Chaser engine, so you don't need a nanocore in order to jump 6 light years to any system you want. That Sun Chaser engine is extremely important to the use of this ship. Yeah, they really should have just named it, like, Cyan Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, so the Sun Chaser
Enemy
engine,
ships detected.
you would enter the system
We're under attack.
chart. You can select a system that is within 6 light years. And then using fuel, you can jump wherever you need to. Yeah, we can talk for a minute, and after this. Can we have a... We don't have a place to dock right now. There's just a random no-corp guy out here. Okay, let's see what this does. Okay, let me see what this does. I'm gonna try to jump through the bottom one this time. And see where it takes me. And it's going to the same place. Yep, bye Azum. Thank you for staying. I appreciate it. It was fun having
Warp
you in
drive
the
active.
Cyan with us. Yeah, oh, I have enemies here. Interesting.
We're under attack.
I don't know what that bounty tick was. This one wasn't as good. That's a leftover from something else somewhere.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I don't know. So far, how is everybody feeling about the Interstellar Bazaar this time around, and all the events surrounding it? Yeah, if the alphas could end up running like smalls, we could end up with some really good ISK income for the alphas. They definitely need to be tanked. They could probably do smalls. I don't know if they could do mediums.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Man, it's so hard to get 5.5 million ISK labs. Have you checked to see if you got any labs? The 5.5 million in particular is the only one I really care about. We need to try to get a cyan spawn today. Okay. I'm gonna go through the bottom one again. I run labs like almost exclusively with my capitals. And then I run normal encounter missions the rest of the time with my battleships.
Warp drive active.
Okay, we do have more enemies.
We're under attack.
Bunch of pass points again. What we get out of that bounty take? 37 million. Very nice.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I don't feel the need for the exterminator lance. I would maybe only want it if I wanted to just meme on a cyan spawn. Well, you're in luck, Forgotten, because you can just buy your way to Tech 10. If you go in the store, and you go under regular sales, this boosts you to Tech 10, gives you 1 month of Omega, and all the battleship skills with that, plus a Praxis 2 and a Sleeper Core. $80 gets you the Tech 10.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
It's a really good deal. I won't deny that. I really thought they would put that price somewhere around like $120, $150. So 80 is actually fairly reasonable for that. Ah, man. Tomorrow, I might have a character created for the Tech 10 Jump account, and we can probably run these anomalies. It gives you all 5 levels of the skill. They are level 5 skill chips. Okay, I'm going through the bottom one again.
Warp drive active.
Wow, this is a really long anomaly, isn't it?
We're under attack.
Yeah, it is worth spending on. Even if you're already at Tech 10, having all of those extra skills and the weapon choice is extraordinarily useful if you're a battleship pilot. This might be the last area, though. I don't know.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
The only thing I really don't like about it is that it completely skips all of the learning that you get from Tech 1 to Tech 9. And I don't think a brand new player should be allowed to buy that until they're like Tech 5 or Tech 7. But a brand new player on day 1 can be Tech 10 without doing anything.
Enemy ships detected.
It is day
We're
1.
under attack.
Okay, they've gone through like 4% of my armor. Yeah, I definitely feel like that's the reason for it. Um, definitely. But I do feel like maybe there should be some kind of limitation to brand new players. I think they need to learn the game first, either like make them have to do the
Enemy ships
tutorial before
detected.
they're allowed to buy it. Something.
We're under attack.
The tutorial is not great. Don't get me wrong, it's a terrible tutorial. But it would help them a little bit to understand what's going on and what they're looking at. I really don't think there's going to be that many people at day one looking to just skip all the content and go straight to the normal stuff that everybody else does. Um, but there's a huge learning curve that they have to get over. Yeah, certainly. Something there. There's there's a compromise that can be made there. Because my main concern is these players get straight into Tech 10, they jump into content, they have no idea how it works, or what to do, how to finish ship, um, and they just go and die, and then they leave the game, and they don't come back. I want these players to be willing to stay around. Yeah, we will see probably a lot more multi-boxes utilizing it. Um, which might be their way of trying to identify those kind of people that might be scripting. Um, because if they find a bunch of ships running the exact same content, it's
Warp
okay.
drive active.
Fitting a ship is a little nuanced, but it's not too bad. Okay, I think we've completed this one. Let me go through another jump. How far away is Gina? 14 jumps. Okay. Um, we need to find a system with a station. Do you know where one is? I guess I can just look on the map. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I will admit that. More solar system. Okay, we've got stations in the next jump over. Yeah.
Autopilot engaged.
And then I think maybe I want to head back to Gina. That way we can drop off all of our stuff. I get to showcase the Sun Chaser engine again. On the way, if you find a Barista's
Warp drive
Inquisitor, the level 10, or some kind of Blood Raider Inquisitor level 10, we'll do that. I'll run through it with this thing and see if it can. Yeah, this ship is very similar to the Cyan, but it's got that sort of Nyx look, and I really like it. That sort of flat and wide. Very militaristic.
Destination reached.
Very cool. Which station do you want to go to? We going to Zoran Sons, Moon 2? I guess we're going to...
Fleet warp.
We're going to Zoran Sons, Moon 2. Yeah, it's... I like the design language they've used with it. The Cyan, when it came out, got a lot of hate for looking like a carrier, but I mean, that's kind of the point. But this thing is
Warp drive
a really
active.
nice design. I like that the front prongs, teeth, fangs, whatever you want to call them, extend out when you warp. I always like a little bit of animation on a ship. Just like these little flaps will move around as you're warping around as well. These little things pop out as well. Yeah, yeah, we'll have a look at all the loot we've gotten so far.
Docking request accepted.
I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna accept everything, and then I will send it back to you when we're done. Alright, so here's what we've got. Let me see if I need to stack anything. It's about 2.2 billion ISK, not real market value. So we've got some Mark 5s and Mark 7s. We got one basic guidance disruptor here. That's about 200,000. We've got the Pulse Crystal Flight chip. We've got Aerospace Tactics Mobility chip. 61 of these data cores, 62 of these data cores, 87 of these, 62 of those, 24 of these, 40 of these, a whole bunch of those, 50, 115 of those. That's actually really good. That's a good value on that. That's a really good value as well for 61 of them. Some metal scraps, kind of useless. Defective current pumps, kind of useless. 1 artillery cover core. Yeah, I guess there's some loot from a lab in here. I guess these are gonna be the loots from the lab. We got a Canyon medium shield generator blueprint. This sells for about 2 million. The actual generator sells for about 55 million. The Sheriff large shield generator the blueprint sells for about 89 million. The actual module itself sells for 430 million. That's pretty good. Got some level 1 blueprints, don't care about those. We got a level 3 here. 6 million on the blueprint. 18 million on the estimate. We got an Assault Acolyte blueprint. How much are these actually worth? About 43 million each. 23 million each, wow. Okay. We've got an Assault Infiltrator. That's worth about 76 million. The blueprint itself is worth 600,000. Assault Valkyrie, worth about 1.9 million blueprint. 85 million on the drone itself. Assault Wasp, blueprint is 600,000. Actual item is about 200 million. Offense Bouncer, blueprint is about 2 million. Bouncer itself is worth about 200 million. Sniper Compass, $1.9 million. The actual item, 191 million. This is one of the good ones here. So 11 million on the blueprint, but 800 million right now on the market. That's really good. Expert armor layering blueprint, 16 million. The actual item itself is 20 billion ISK. Snoopy, you get that one. That one is yours. Yep, we have been live for 5 hours so far. Oh my god. That is actually crazy. Why are more people not buying this? Wow, it's about 15 billion to make it. Expert sharpshooter blueprint for 9 million. The chip, 6 billion. Alright, hello Kumi, good to see ya. If you don't mind, I would like to have the one of these and the one of these. You can have everything else. Because I want to put these into my build. And hopefully you can actually sell this thing, after you make it. Like, if you can make it and sell that, that would be really good for you. Ah, you working out, huh? Hey, what the heck is it doing? Alright, there you go. So that is what we've gotten out of this new anomaly so far. I mean, if you are able to manufacture some of this stuff, um, it's worth like billions of ISK. But you've got to get the manufacturing skill to make it worthwhile. We've got about 2 billion if you just sell it outright, which is good, but you would do a lot better manufacturing some of these items in the blueprints. I want to see. I want to open this up. Oh, I have to watch this. So this will tell you about the new nanocore. Looks really cool. And it's animated. That's awesome. Look at the Knicks. That's hilarious. There's nothing more terrifying than a Knicks with an anime girl. 250,000 lazerite and 50,000 of that. Ten lucky boxes. See what I get. 95 points. Okay. Alright, let me pull that up. I guess I could just go the other way, but... Oh, yes. Brilliant. What a... What a nanocore. That's hilarious. Imagine this coming after you in PvP. You better give up. My god. Satisfied. Not now. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. Wow, people have already won everything. I think there's a couple of things that are kind of nice for free-to-play players. Like the new event is really good for the Waste Seekers. Hello, Lovo. How you doing today? Yes. Yeah, I still haven't seen a lab either. Let's see here. Oh, yes. Fit. Sorry. This is my fit. It's a passive fit. And we have 3 C-type adapters. We have 1 capital cap battery. We have 1 Imperial Navy damage control. 3 C-type fighter fire controls. I've got a bunch of these assault pulsar heavies. I may swap those out for Fulgurs. There's a decentralized command. The reason we chose that one is for the shield resistance and the fighter damage. We might also go with the skirmish command burst to help us out. I will probably replace the Nosferatu with a skirmish command burst. This is a free slot. Anything you want to put here, you can put there. I'm running 3 capital Navy barreled weapons. I've got a light fighter siege modification, which gives us 20% damage, 37.5% armor, 25% shield, 50% structure, and a minus 25% to the fighter reload time. We have capital capacitor control, and capital capacitor control, with a fighter burst aerator, a fighter burst aerator, and a 2P80 integrated rig with anti-thermal and anti-screen EM. With that, we have a passive defense of 55% across the board with 2.8 million EHP. Let me go ahead and undock real quick.
Undocking.
Let me activate these things so I can show you how it goes with my fit. So with the hardeners activated and the DPS activated, 22,600 DPS. I do not have any expert skills. So take that into context there. We have 84% across the board with 5.7 million EHP. If we activate our shield command burst, we have a defense of 6.5 million EHP with 86% across the board. 84, 87, so 86 average across the board. Cap stable. We're going to be always cap stable. Let's go ahead and activate the decentralized command. That puts us at 24,000 DPS, 7.4 million EHP, 88% across the board on resistances. Let's activate our damage control. 15.8 million EHP, 94% across the board. Without the decentralized command, we are at 13,937,000 EHP with 93% across the board. So that's the fit. Do we have any more encounters or anything that we can do? Yes. I did spend the $250 to get my hands on this thing. I do it because I want the ship, and I also want to be able to show it off for you guys. It's the only way that I can do it because I am not connected to NetEase in any way, other than just making content about the game. Okay. Just keep an eye out for, like a Barista's Inquisitor or something like that that we can do that's normally available. The best part about this ship, for me personally, is it has access to the Sun Chaser engine. So let me go ahead and show that off. I'm going to set my waypoint to Gina. Yeah, it's a really good ship. It's way better than the Cyan. Like, way better. Okay, so, in order to use the Sun Chaser engine, you need to choose a system. Wow, I really don't want to jump into any of those systems. You choose a system within 6 light years. You do have to be decloaked. I don't know if that's within 6 light years. I don't think it is. But we're going to try. Yeah, that's 14 light years. I need to be within 6. So, the only high-sec system that's near here. Let's see if it's, how far that is. That's only 1.7 light years. Maybe we can go to, like, Sibala? That is 8.2 light years. Let's go a little bit closer. That is 5.3. Let's go ahead and jump there. So 5.3 light years, you go to your map, you hit OK, it uses up a bunch of capacitor, and voila, you've, you've made your jump. It does use fuel, and it does have a cooldown time based on how many jumps you've made. all of our jumps from here
Autopilot
on out
engaged.
is high sec. But I love that it has access to the Sun Chaser engine. Let me see if I can
Warp drive active.
see what Lovo said. Yeah, I don't have expert skills in any of the fighters or anything like that, Lovo. So this can go way higher. There's a level 1 Greased Inquisitor here. I don't want to do that. I want the actual one. Okay, you said you found one in Erlin. So let's go ahead and set that.
Autopilot engaged.
We'll start headed that way. Yep, I did see it. It's just gonna take me a minute to get there.
Warp drive active.
I've got like a 14-minute jump cooldown right now. There's a medium in here as well. Keep in mind Uedama. But I want to do the large. We've only done one large so far.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, my drones definitely need some upgrade too. But they're what I had on me. I mean, we're talking the Pulsar Heavies, which are okay. They do the job. I'm glad it works for you, Jenner. That's good.
Warp drive active.
There's also a small waste seeker in here. Jenner, not all of the boxes are actually working. I think some of them are bugged. Welcome back, Hazen. How you doing? Just trying to get to our next anomaly. Wow, lots of people here today. I keep saying that. That's
Warp
when you
drive
use
active.
those bots to get kills. Destroyer went in there and died. Oh no. There's a small waste seeker in the system next to it. Did he actually die?
Warp drive active.
Or did he warp off? Aww. 6.5 million lab. Got the kill mail as he landed. No!
Destination reached.
I hope that wasn't you. Hey, if we see stuff like that, we might want to choose to pick it up and contract it to the guy if it's anything valuable. That way he doesn't lose it and he might still accept the contract to get it back.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here.
We're being
Okay,
warp scrambled.
I finally made it, Snoopy. I am here. Oh, Jinner, go into your event page and turn it off in the first tab. There's a little pause button. Awesome. Thank you, Art.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Uh-huh. Let me see what you're saying. The insurance is like 69,000 compensation here.
We're being warp scrambled.
Yeah, this thing is
Enemy ships
expensive.
detected. We're under attack.
And I love having a passive tank. It is so good. Still no 5.5 million lab. They're so hard to get nowadays. Let's go through the middle gate. That sounds fun.
Warp drive active.
Man, we are just going and going.
We're under attack.
There's your price for the B-type partner. 1.7 billion. Or you can pay 1.3 billion for the other one. Oh, interesting. What's going on here?
We're under attack.
What? Why is he just running away? Look at him go! Oh, he turned around. Oh, good. I don't know where. Like,
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
this is why I need the, God dang. This is why I need the skirmish command burst, I think. That's actually the first time one of these enemies has done that so far. Yeah, I told you, Jenner, they're bugged. I don't really want to replace any of my low slots. I'm really happy with what I've got here, and I don't want to replace any of them. Oh, you coming in? What the heck? Why are you coming in here, Susie? There's still enemies. Yeah, he's going quick. Wow, these guys are actually moving this time.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, you definitely should have a damage control. Specifically, this one is the best one there is. Um, but you definitely need it. Georgie. God dang it. That's funny. Okay, I'm going through the top gate. The one that is closest to us, I should say. It's
Warp
kind of
drive
funny.
active.
It almost feels like we're the only ones running these, because there are so many that are not looted.
We're under attack.
Once again, we're having trouble chasing a cruiser.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, true.
We're
Waste
under
Seekers have
attack.
killed a lot of people, and just instantly, too. So there's definitely a lot of fear of high-sec events like this. I mean, think about it yesterday. Literally all of us were sitting there going, I don't know if my capital ship can run it, because we just didn't know how powerful these things would be.
Enemy ships detected.
Wave 3?
We're under attack.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of learning to go on. Like, you can definitely take everyone into a rally point and have a great time, and that's the point of it. Or you can go solo with a Dread and be fine as well. It's really good game design, actually. Okay, let's go ahead and go through the top gate. See what we've got on the next thing. Have you got anything good, Susie, so far? This is only our second large that we've done.
Warp drive active.
Nothing so far, huh?
We're under attack.
Yeah, you definitely need the right fit for doing any of that stuff. There's a lot of DPS that comes in on those.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I am just enjoying running these. These are so much fun for me. This is probably what master level missions should feel like. If they ever bring it in.
Enemy ships detected. We're
Yeah,
under
imagine
attack.
if we get master and then like ultra level. Ultra level could literally just be FRPs in high sec. That'd be so dumb. Is this wave 2 or wave 3? I think this is wave 2. Could be wave 3. I don't know. Oh yeah, and my bounty. Lagging the whole game. Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Look! I maxed out my Concord! Again. For the second time today. Okay, I'm gonna go through the closest one. Which is the top option, 25 kilometers away.
Warp drive active.
So far, I really like this ship. Oh, was that the complete thing? There's no boxes here. Let me go through at least one more jump.
Warp drive active.
Okay, I found another one.
We're under
That's okay.
attack.
It's not like this is the only time you're gonna see this ship in the future. I had to go through the bottom warp And then I went through the bottom one again, I think. Now I'm in Large Relic Passage 12. With a warp gate. Yeah, don't feel like you have to get it right now. Because it will definitely come back around at some point. It'll probably replace all of the cyan boxes.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, so as far as I can tell, if you're just finding multiple rooms with nothing in them, you've completed it. Um, the only way to tell if you're progressing
We're being warp
is
spoiled.
under the anomaly tab. If you see like passage 1 through 12 so far, oh no. Level 12 so far is the highest I've seen. But these feel a lot like wormholes. The way they interconnect is really weird, and it really makes me think about wormholes.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Oh! Nailed that battleship for 32,000, 35,000! God dang! That thing had no chance! Yeah, this is a really good looking ship. I do enjoy the design on it. Okay, I'm gonna go through whatever this warp gate is. Wherever this is gonna take me.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
This this is the last room because there is no other gate. Yeah, we're abusing the combinations today. Okay, so Large Relic Passage 15 is the end of the Large Relic room. And I think we'll stop by Gina before we get too carried away. Funny enough, we've only been through 10,
Enemy ships detected.
11.
We're under attack.
So far, this is what we've made in bounty ticks. That one was really good. That was a large, and we did really good in that. Hello? So these two here were small waste seekers. The rest of these have been mediums and large. Nice. Yeah, some good runs today so far. When I started today, I was at like 100 million after I bought everything for this. Let's see. Yeah, other than the bounty, the large waste seekers seem to be like... Yeah, I was at 52 million when we started. We're up at 907 million now. The large doesn't seem very good in terms of loot. Maybe you'll get something out of this last room. Hopefully.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, I haven't
We're
sold
under
anything
attack.
today. We've just made only ISK from bounties. Not even mission rewards. Let me check on a refresh. Did you get an count 5.5 million lab yet, Susie? I'm still not managing to get one. Oop, give me a minute. Sorry. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna fire up my alts and see if I can get a 5.5 million this lab. It's the only way we're gonna have a chance is to have like a bunch of people trying to run their resets.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, you seem to have a nice little pocket of space down there. Nice and undisturbed for the most part. Even my alts are only getting like 4 millionist labs. It's really annoying. This, I think, is the last wave. Nope,
Enemy
this
ships
is the last
detected.
wave.
We're under attack.
Let's see, how much fuel have I gone through today? Wow, I've gone through 2 million fuel today. They've actually done a decent chunk of damage now. We're at like 6% of my shield. Yeah, it does feel like they're just not doing a whole lot. But, you know, there's a reason. I do have 84% resistance right now, with 5.7 million EHP. I definitely think going for the resistance was the right choice. Alright, that should be all of the Waste Seekers done in this anomaly. Let me stop by Gina.
Autopilot engaged.
what do you wait a second? Yes, I do.
Warp drive active.
It's not often I'll stream it. Because it's one of those games that I'll play when I have downtime between anything going on in Eve Echoes. But I do play quite a bit. I haven't played War Thunder in like